Hello. Good morning. I am barely here. And I feel like it's so early. We're not even going to have people. I mean, maybe we'll have people on the other side of the world. I just fed Django. I just took Wesley to work. And now I'm just here. So, hi, Culinary. Hi, Stephanie. I am looking up. Oh, yeah, the cat. I'm like, what was I going to do with this? I'm not awake yet, but I do have everything on my wheel and ready to go. Why can't I make this small enough? Okay, there we go. And turn on the window capture, not dice roller. There we go. Nice. I love that it works so well now. I've gotten much better at figuring out the cat. Okay, happy Friday, Tara. I got a message from Leanne. I've not been over. I know y'all been talking about stuff over on the Discord. I have not been over, but I got a message from Leanne at what time? 10:47 p.m. last night that just said, "We got her." LOL. Oh my gosh, it made me laugh so hard. That's all she wrote me. And that's it. Anyway, um it was the best. Okay, and I'm not even in that, but it's still funny. Anyway, I know there's been discussions on the Discord. That's what I'm going to go do is chat over in the Discord. Good morning, Chelsea, or good afternoon, Chelsea, wherever you are. Good morning, Amy. I know Sarah survived longer than you thought. I love that you put the doubt and suspicion onto Leanne. That's fantastic. I saw that. I saw it popped up when you first said it that they added a mysterious sixth killer on one of the teams. That's pretty cool. I just love it that that night everybody was talking about it. I was like, y'all are going to have to DM me and tell me. And so Leanne was like, it's not me, but they all think it is. And Taro said, it's me. It was really funny. So now everybody knows, right? Like I didn't just give everything away by saying that. I probably should have checked before I said anything, but I thought it was over if you voted. And so, anyway, I'm going to go read the rest of the Discord. I need to check my emails. I just need to do all my morning admin stuff. There's a video that needs to go for channel members on the Sims channel that I need to go do. So, oh, that's true. It could be Leanne now. It wasn't. Okay. Sorry. Um, right? Can it be one of the killers that got found out? Like, could they now be another killer? Oh, Tara, I know who it is. Nice. Well, I do not know who it is this time. All right, we're going to jump into the first sprint. Let me get my life organized and then we'll start rolling and do the rest of it. I'll see y'all in 25. Well, that was interesting on the telephone. Hello and goodbye, Avastu. I see that you had to go. Need to go to the store before it gets too busy and pick up a gift for my mother. Outlaw. It's her birthday this weekend, so I'll miss most of the stream, but I'll be back at some point. Okay, awesome. Happy birthday to the mother outlaw. Did it do that, or is that what you call your mother-in-law? You call her a mother outlaw. I don't know. I love that you said, I just finished your previous sprint video and here you are again. Wow. Yes, absolutely. Hello, Sue. Good morning, Michael. To one of the teams who caught their killer. It's not me. I was happy to have no more killers. Off to go make coffee and take the dogs out. Okay. No. Oh, I see. That makes sense. No. So my referral from my doctor is for a doctor, a lady's name but the contact information they gave me, the name is correct. She is a dermatologist. I've never been to the dermatologist before. And the lady looked at me and said, you have light eyes and white skin. You should have already been to the dermatologist. You need to go just have a look of everything. So I have to go do what's called a skin check. I don't know. I've never been to the dermatologist. Yes, I'm 48. And yes, I should have done it because I have light eyes and white skin. I don't know. Whatever. I haven't done it. So I'm doing it now. And the referral had the dermatologist lady's name, but a neurology clinic contact info. So when I called, the woman was like, neurology, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, do you also do dermatology? At the neurology clinic? And she said, no, but we are in part of the same network. I could send you there to that. And I said, okay, that would be great. So she transferred me over there. That lady said, okay, so you're a new patient. I was like, yes, ma'am. And she said, what's your diagnosis? I said, well, I don't have one. This is like just to check things. And she said, oh, well, we are only specializing in people who have already been diagnosed, but I can send you I can give you the number to our clinic downstairs, and they do new patients who just need skin checks. I said, oh, it's called Skin Check. And she said, yes. So she transfers me downstairs. That lady answers, well, first of all, I had to make a choice. And it was like, if you want this clinic, press 1. If you want this clinic, press 2. And I was like, I don't know which one of those I want. So I just chose 1. And somebody answered and I said, here's the deal. Here's what's happening. And she said, okay, well, let me transfer you to our new patient intake coordinator. And I was like, okay, great. And she transferred me over there and I got an answering machine. And she said, please leave your name and contact info and I will get back with you. So maybe I'm at the right place, at least at this point. And she has not contacted me yet. Yes, Amy, it's not the first time I've been told I was too white. Culinary. We don't regularly go to dermatologists here. That seems so odd. Well, I mean, I don't know, but Tara, don't tell me that. Red hair, green eyes, fair skin. Yeah. Leanne is listening to This Will Be Fun. I have to do it before my library takes it away. Amy, love when the medical system makes it a pain in the butt to take care of yourself. Oh, that's not the worst thing. The worst thing is the whole reason that I scheduled the doctor's appointment that I went to at the beginning of the week was because I needed her to give me a referral. I don't mind saying what the actual referral was for, but maybe y'all don't want me to say it. So I will just say it is an at-home test kit that checks to make sure everything is okay with my colon. Okay. That's also what you have to do when you turn 45. So I did it when I was 45 and everything was normal and good, but you need to do it every 3 years. So it's time to do it again. So I go to the doctor because I need this referral. She said, you can pick it up down in the pharmacy down below. We're done. Thanks for coming in, whatever. I had to wait forever, by the way, to get the appointment. Then I get the appointment. I go downstairs to the pharmacy and it's not there. And he said, I'm not even showing that you have a referral for this from your doctor. I was like, okay, the doctor was already gone and closed. So I sent a message to the doctor and I said, I am wondering why this thing is not here that you put in a referral for. And here is the message that I got back. Hi, due to the government shutdown, this test cannot be sent out at this time. I wanted to be like, you remember when I called and made this appointment because I wanted this referral? The government was not shut down, but because you took so long so that I could come in and actually look at your face before you would put the referral in, now I cannot get the test because due to the shutdown. I'm like, seriously. I mean, that is not a big deal. There is no history of this cancer in my family. It's literally just a screening that I'm trying to do. But can you imagine if there are people who need those tests because there is a history of it in their family, or if they're like trying to find out more information and they need to take this test, like they actually need it? And that's not the only thing. There are people that were waiting to have procedures done on their hearts, and now they can't do it because the government is shut down. And it's a friend of a friend who is in that situation here in DC right now. He cannot get it done because of the way he had to move back here to get the procedure done. And now because he's in between and there's nobody at work to actually log him into the new system, he's in limbo waiting for an actual heart procedure. Okay. Yeah, it is more than just federal employees are at home and not getting paid, which are, I mean, not even at home. My son's best friend works for a government entity and he is having to go into work every day and just not getting paid. So it's not just everybody home not getting paid. Some people are going to work and not getting paid. And some people need medical things and can't do it. So anyway, let's definitely not talk about how jacked up the American government is. Okay. So all of that to say, Avastu, no, the last transfer didn't lead to anything, but potentially it will lead to something in a second. So if I get a phone call, we'll just immediately go do a thing really quickly. So, I mean, apparently I can still get a referral to the dermatologist. I just cannot get the at-home test to take for the screening, which, like I said, it's really fine. I just like to stay on top of all those things because my PTSD is medically triggered. And so the more information I have about medical stuff, the more I can tell my brain, like, you did that screening and it was fine. So, you know, it's just to like help me calm down. It's not. I dropped a dice. Hold on. Django said, don't move too much. I'm sleeping back there. Okay. Oh, well, I might do us a little quick one right here. A 6 and a 4 is 10. A 3 and a 4 is 17. And a 2 is 19. 19! Where's my Stephen King fans? 19. We did make it to 19 members of every team in the Long Walk Readathon. However, no team has all 19 people who have submitted books. So we have 19 people on the teams. We do not have 19 people participating per team. That's okay. Okay. What I'm trying to do right now is I need to read the Binti short story. That's it. Just the Binti short story that I think the only way I can get it is to buy this trilogy, which is $4.99 on paperback. I mean, in Kindle. And I've already read all 3 of the books. I just need to finish the 40-page short story apparently I can buy it on its own, but it's the Spanish version and it's still $3 for the Spanish version. So I could just pay $5. I'm giving Nettie Okorafor some money and I love her writing and her book. So I guess that's what I'm going to do is just buy the Kindle book. I know, the Spanish version. I'm like, for real, that would take me years to stumble my way through that. I'd be like, I don't know, something about a car doing something. And I've already read all the things. I just need to finish this 40-page short story. Okay, I'm going to get the Kindle version. That's what I'm going to be doing during the next sprint, 75% off. And it will give me a $3 reward. It is on my 50 before 50, but I've already marked it as being complete. So yeah, it's just a completionist part of me. Because I went through my series spreadsheet that Amara made for me. And I filtered it by only one book left in a series. And that's why I got this, because it was the only thing I had left in this series to say I'm completely done. But Binti was on my 50 before 50. I just read the actual trilogy and called it good. But I did see that there was a search for a PDF version of it, but that makes me feel bad. Anyway, I'm gonna give him $5 for this book. If I could buy it directly from Nnedi Okorafor, I would do that. I wonder, let me go check out her website first, and then I will come back and buy this if I have to. I love the actual Binti series, so I don't hate having to read a story about Binti, but all right, 19 minutes. Hopefully I can finish this 40 pages in 19 minutes if I can find it. But I'll see y'all back here. And then I was making sure I got everybody. I look like a vampire, but I'm also allergic to the sun, so maybe I just have not been told I'm a vampire yet. That's so funny. Yeah, okay. Oh, coffee in progress. I have coffee. I know if I get a $3 credit for a $5 book, that's definitely not bad. Okay, here we go. 19 minutes. I'll see y'all back here after that. All right. I got it. But I followed the link from her website to Amazon. So at least she might get the ad revenue as well as me buying the book. But um I can't tell exactly what page because it's in the middle of two of the books and the page number is just for the whole entire book. But I'm on page 74 right now and it looks like this goes till 94. So I think I read half of the story because it said it was 40 pages. So I'll read the other half next time I land on it. I am going to put it back on the wheel though, in case I do get it again. So I'm going to roll and see what I'm doing. Leanne's got her coffee and then her father-in-law showed up and the house exploded. Oh my gosh, more lucky day. I did not read one more page after last night, but I did tell Wesley all about what was happening. And he was like, okay, you have to tell me what happens in this book. So I put Lucky Day back on there, but I'm only going to read it. Only 4 minutes left in Space Vampires. Nice. I did take the cover off, so this is what it looks like now. Let me minimize that so I can see. So I'm going to be reading during the next sprint as well. Wow. My eyes are tired. I stayed up too late last night. I didn't go to bed till like 2:30 in the morning. I did finish Mate, and I started the next book, which is called Wicked in a Kilt. Really so I guess I should be entering the books that I read this morning before I start my wheel, but too late. I've already started the wheel. Oh, wow. So I'll read Lucky Day and then, or maybe at the beginning of the sprint, I will do the admin stuff because I need to enter Mate into, oh no, I don't. It's over here and I can't enter it until I finish Lucky Day. So all I have to do is that to mark that I have read it. And then when I get done with Binti, I will have done 2 bingos on my next bingo board whenever I'm ready to do it. And then Wicked in a Kilt is down here, and I'm reading these 3 next. So then I'll be done with my second trick-or-treat-a-thon. You drifted off nicely. That is never a thing that I would ever say. Binti is so nice to be back in that world. This is in between the first and second books. So I already know what's happening with Binti and actually what's going to happen the further we get. But I like it. I love the Binti books. She's at school. That's where she ended the first book, was at school. And so she's still there in this little thing. You read a book. I read a book for my next bingo card, but trying to finish the big one first. Or one book. Okay, this is the only book that I have left for my big board. And so I don't know how long it's going to take me to finish it. So if I want to listen to anything on audio, it has to be for another board. So I'm also supposed to be starting the No One Leaves the Castle. That's my member pick, but I didn't want to start it last night when it was dark and I was already in the bed because I like to film when I start it, like film the video for the members. So that did not happen. So anyway, I'm going to go enter. No, I don't have to enter. I keep saying that, but I don't have to enter it. I just need to make sure it's over here on this page, and it is. Okay, great. So I can delete all that. Good morning, Isana. It is early for you. Not even 8 a.m. I mean, I guess that's not early. Depends on what time you get up. For me, to be chatting by 8 a.m. is early. My son usually calls me at 8 and I sit and talk to him, but that's not real chatting. Oh my gosh, I cannot stop yawning. Okay, let me roll his dice and see about our next sprint. Maybe reading is not the thing I need to do right now. I think that's going to make me even tireder. Well, I got a 5 and a 3 and a 2, so that's a 10. I'm going to re-roll these 2 because they would have had us at less than 18 and we're not doing that. Oh, well, that's not going to help because, okay, well, I got a 4, so we're at 14. I'm re-rolling this to get us over, and I got a 6, so we're at 20 minutes. Maybe that's what I need to do is 20 minutes of reading this book, and then I can go on to something else. So I don't have to do anything over here other than I can move this down one more if I want to. I read a 276 page book that's not anywhere on my TBR at all. So that's nice. And it was an awful book. So, but that's all I have left is number 24. And I don't know what number 24 is. So I don't know if any of the other books that I read could work for it. I know they can't work for The Long Walk because it's the last book I have for The Long Walk. And that prompt is an up and coming horror author. Yes. So I know there's nothing I've read. The awful extra book was Little Rot by Akwaeke Emesi. I actually started out really hating it the first 25%. And then the last 75% I really enjoyed. Both of these books right here. Grace, they both got 3 stars. Grace of Kings started out really good and I loved it. And then it went downhill and I gave it 3 stars. Little Rot started out awful and then got much better and we still landed at 3 stars. They're telling 2 incredibly different stories, but Little Rot is talking about a rot, right? A little piece of rot, a little bit of rot. And it's more a story of like how if you get yourself out of a situation, a family dynamic, a city that you live in, like just if you get yourself out of a situation, whatever it is, and you come back home or back to that place, how can you avoid the little rot that will seep in and eventually you won't even know that you have become corrupt like the situation that you thought you were getting out of? Yeah. I really enjoyed the writing, but I mean, it has some very tough things and they jump right in at the very beginning. The whole first 25% of the book was pretty much a very vivid description of a, we will call it, well, not anything that I can say on here, but a party at someone's house where everything was allowed to happen. And it was a very detailed description of what was going on there, including some underage stuff. That's what I'll say. Okay. And Grace of Kings, I totally agree. We spent so much time building up to a thing, and we got there, and I was like, I was just real mad at the characters in that book. He made them so well done that I was in love with them by the 30% mark, and then he just toppled all of them, and I was like, no. Made me mad. So the reason I had to read Little Rot is because I'm doing a secret project, and one of the prompts for that project, which I don't know why I did this. I made up the project. I made up the prompts. And I used the prompt to read a 1-star review of somebody else's. So I had to message a secret person and I said, I need a 1-star review from you. And she said, I hated this book called Little Rot. Read it. Like, why did I do this to myself? So that's why I read it, because somebody I know gave it a 1-star review. Okay, so I'm going to go switch to Lucky Day from a little Binti check-in. It's really, something happened in Binti where at the end of the first book, and I'm going to compare it to this, but this is definitely not a spoiler because it's not what it is, but like a superpower kind of thing, which is not what it is. But you know how if you have a superpower, you kind of have to come to terms with like, oh, now I'm different than I was before because I have this power. Well, that's what she's going through. She did not get a power, but she's different than she was before. And so this book is kind of exploring what has happened, like her kind of dealing with what happened in the last book or at the end of the first book and thinking it through. So Culinary said, that's why I read fluffy romances. That's where I should have stayed, honestly. I should have. I'm done, I think, with epic fantasy other than Stormlight Archives. I'm still reading that because I really like the world and the characters. And also I really trust Brandon Sanderson to keep the characters the way he created them initially and not to just be like, oh, well, you know, things happen and we make bad choices. No, not in my books. We do not. So anyway, all right, let's go. 20 minutes. Lucky day for me. And whatever y'all are all reading. The romance subplots. I do like when there are romance subplots, which there are occasionally in epic fantasy. I just feel like they being the usual writers of epic fantasy do not do a good job of representing women well, and so I feel like it ends up showing up. Like the Wheel of Time is a perfect example. Oh my gosh, I hated the relationships in the Wheel of Time. But all right, I'm gonna go read 20 minutes. Lucky day. The woman still has not called me back from the dermatology office. I'm gonna keep y'all you're doing a scavenger hunt. I will keep y'all updated on my dermatology appointment. The worst. For sure the worst. I don't think I've ever been as angry with a book, with an author as I was at him. I just wanted to be like, why? And why are all of these people who read this book just fine with this? What? No. I've never wanted to send a message to an author more and just be like, could you explain why? Like, what is the thought process behind this? Other than every man's fantasy, right? Like, could that just be the thought process legitimately? Okay, I'm going to stop complaining about Wheel of Time. Let's go sprint for 20 minutes. Yes, right. For sure. Culinary. I agree. I love that you said maybe the dermatologist is still planning your next choose your own adventure call. That's hilarious. Tara, you want to read Grace of Kings? If you like epic fantasy, it's such a good book. It is. But I've just decided I don't think I do. I don't think I like it as much as I want to like it because it feels like all the cool kids like like epic fantasy. So I wanted to like epic fantasy as well. And y'all could tell during that sprint, I did not read a single page of this because my son called and I got to chat with him. And so I'm actually going to keep chatting with him during the next one as well. You've been trying to hunt down a pretty copy of it. Nice. Well, I just accidentally rolled a 2 on the D4, so we're going to keep it. Okay, let's see what else we have. Ooh, this is going to be big. A 13 and a 2 is 15, and a 10 is 25. And what is this? A 2 or a 7? Which direction does it go? Oh, it's a 7. Okay, 32 and a 3 is 35. He is just sitting on the phone. Amy, do you have any questions that you would like to ask my 21-year-old son? Oh, I'm sorry. He said 21-year-old married son. He wants y'all to know that. I said my timer's about to go off, and he said, I'll just wait. Oh, okay. So Tara wants you to squeeze Peach. You have to go find the cat and squeeze the cat. And everybody was thankful for the pictures that y'all sent because I always share them on the live stream when I have new pictures of the cats. So, yeah, that Amy said she seconded that. So go see Peach. I don't know why you're still up, though. Don't you have to go to sleep? Okay. Okay. So I am about to go chat with him for a couple more minutes before he decides to go to sleep. His wife is at the house today. That's not anything that y'all need to know about. So, I was just trying to make sure I didn't miss anything that happened during the thing. Oh, Culinary shared the Discord link. So if y'all haven't joined Discord, go join. Avastu, have you already done everything you needed to do and now you're back already? Also, hi again. I forgot. You're getting a gift for your future, potentially mother-in-law. Her birthday is this weekend, and you went to go pick up a gift. That's right. I remember. So Culinary Crime said, hi, son and son's wife. So there you go. That's what we get. All right. So we're going to go for 35 minutes. Django just went outside and he's very excited about it. So he had to run back in here and tell us all. Yeah, I know. Do you want to say hi before we go to our next sprint? Here you go. Get up here. Say hi, Django. The microphone is always right in his face. So he's like, move it. Also, he's cold. So I'm going to get him a sweater while I'm talking to my son. And then we'll be back and we will keep going. Y'all get to see Django. Oh my gosh, he's shaking. He's so cold. Okay, Django, let's go get some clothes. All right, we'll be back in 35 minutes. I am going to read the book once I'm done talking. I know. He's like, oh, I'm cold. Okay, here we go. Okay, sorry. I spent the entire time talking to my child. Y'all get you a son that will call and talk to his mama for a straight hour on the telephone. I can't show you Django because he decided to eat his stick, but let's see. Don't look at my pizza that I'm eating. There he is. It's a pineapple. Django's wearing a pineapple hoodie and eating his stick, so he's not paying attention to me. Okay. Oh my gosh. My whole situation fell down. Okay, there we go. Hi, Danielle. Hi, Marie. We had some new people come in during that. We had a whole set of those pineapple outfits for my dogs and my mother's 2 dogs, and none of them but Django wanted to wear them. Django is obsessed with his outfits, and he will cry if I do not put a sweater on him, Amy. So I know it's hilarious, but he is ridiculous about it. Like, he will sit and cry if I do not put clothes on him. Okay, I rolled 2 9s, which is an 18, plus 10 is 28, plus 1 is 29, plus 4 is 33. I know, he's so spoiled. I can't wait for the cats to get here. Oh, speaking of, so Wesley and I went to PetSmart yesterday, one of the pet stores yesterday, and we found a small-ish cat tree thing that we're going to put in here. And then when we're ready for the bigger one, we're going to move that one to the living room where Wesley stays all the time in the game room. And we're going to move the bigger cat tree in here for the cats. And then I didn't find anything yet to go in the window seal. They didn't have anything at the actual store. I'll probably have to order them online when I do that. But anyway, I'm going to keep talking to my child. I know I've said his name before, but his name is Price. Y'all were saying son earlier. His name is Price, like how much something costs. Anyway. Oh, sorry. He said just say the price is right. Is that what you tell people? And my name is Price, like the price is right. That is awesome. Okay, hold on. In the summer, he has to have a bandana too. If he doesn't have a shirt or a bandana, he cries or brings his clothes. Yes, Django goes and stands. He knows where his clothes are in this little thing by the door, and he will go stand by that wooden decorative piece until I open it up. And one day I picked out a sweater and went to put it on him, and y'all, he turned all the way around and showed me his butt. Like, I'm not wearing that sweater. And I was like, are you serious right now that you're picking your clothes? So I got another sweater out, and he turned around and came back over to put it on. Like, he was like, I don't want to wear that one. Just turned around. I was like, do I really have a toddler in this house right now? My other dog, Skeeter did not. No, she would not put clothes on. She hated it so much, but she was hot all the time. So yeah, I think it's so weird that some dogs are like, no, but Django loves them. They make him warm. He wants them on all the time, especially when it's starting to get cold out. So it is exactly noon. If y'all couldn't tell, I went and heated up my leftover pizza from last night that I'm having for lunch today. And I'm going to keep talking to Price, and then I will, I mean, the people have not called me back from dermatology, so I have no idea, but we'll see what's going to happen. And then I'll get back to my wheel and start spinning it some more, but I'm going to talk. As long as I can talk, I'm going to talk. All right, I will see y'all in, wait, I always think of Carey Price, but that's a hockey thing. Okay. We know quite a few people whose last name is Price, but Ron had an uncle who passed away, and his name was Price. And so when we first got together, he said, we're naming our first son Price after my uncle who died. And I was like, okay. Like, you can't argue with that. So, okay. So here he comes. Price. Oh, the Boatmore Butcher. I really liked that one. Okay. I'll see y'all in 33 minutes. Well, my day has just been so bizarre. Okay, The Boatmore Butcher, I have not read. Right after I said, oh, I like The Boatmore Butcher, I realized I don't think I've read that book. I think that I read something else written by that author, or I haven't at all, and it's just in my head because I know that Leslie at the Nerdy Narrative really liked it. And usually books that Leslie likes, I like for the most part. We have a similar taste in stuff. So anyway, what did you say? You're going to read another chapter and a half in that, and you maybe should just DNF it or take a break. And you liked The Goners. Price is a good name. I do like Price, and he fits perfectly with Price. And then he said to his wife, he said, so when my mom introduces me, she says price like how much something cost. And you should just say price like the price is right. And when he ran for head of his Boy Scout troop, that was his slogan, was the price is right. So he said, I don't know why you would say like how much it cost. I was like, okay. Okay, that's what I read maybe, was The Goners, which is the novella. Yes. Okay. That's probably what happened. Ooh, Lock Every Door. That is Riley Sager. Y'all, I'm so scared to read Riley Sager. What have I read by Riley Sager? The only one left. Riley Sager books. The only one left. Yes, I read that one. And it was so good. I loved it so much. It's all how much kids cost. You made some dill pickle salad for lunch or on lunch? Yeah, he liked saying the price is right. I'm so scared of the rest of these Riley Sager books. Oh, if anybody needs somebody who uses a pen name or a nom de plume over here, Riley Sager is Todd Ritter, and he writes as Riley Sager and Alan Finn, an American author of those novels. Oh no, Stacy, the new ones have gone downhill for you. Hey, sweetheart, come here. With a Vengeance was on my... Wait, did I read With a Vengeance? That was going to be my new release one month. Give me a synopsis, please. Hey, absolutely not. Oh, no, I didn't read it. That's right. I remember what it was about, though, but I didn't read it. I don't know. Survive the Night, I think, scared me, like the premise of it, because it's like kind of my nightmares. Marie, I just went in there and guessed. Okay, hold on. We have to talk about so many things. First of all, Marie, you are the highlight of my day right now, is going over and looking at the one-line comments that you keep leaving on my old Sims videos. Those are making me so happy right now. So I just need to say that for this moment. The second thing is, while I was on the phone with Price, I was looking, and they did do the 2026 reading challenge themes has been announced on Bridge 4 Books, and I got to unscramble the words, and I got it correct. First, I made a stupid guess just based on all the letters that were in there, and then I actually tried to figure it out. It took me three times, but I got it. So that is what that's what I've been doing over there, was playing on the 2026 challenge. And the announcement of the theme for 2026 is, I'm not going to tell y'all, you have to go check out their Discord, which I will post a link to it really quickly if y'all care about it. We are going to, wait, how do I invite people? There we go, invite people. I don't need to see people from my list, please. Okay, well, this will only work for the next like 7 hours or something. So let me paste it right here. If you're not in Bridge 4 Books and you want to be, that link should work to invite you for the next little bit of time. Usually I get the one that doesn't expire, but that one expires. If you try to use it and doesn't work, just let me know and I will be patient and wait for the actual one that works. Okay. Survive the Night is fun. I like Survive the Night. Also understand why people didn't like it. I love the comments are hilarious when you're like, oh, the egg was a whole story, a whole storyline about an egg. Oh my gosh. I was laughing so hard. Also, I went back and watched some of those, like did a rewatch of it at the 2-year mark when it had been 2 years. And I could not believe the stuff that I did not know. Also, what the heck? Ron said he had dinner. Well, I can't tell you where because then you'll know where he is. Okay, it's fine. He's at a restaurant and he shared a picture of where he went to eat. With a Vengeance reads more like a classic mystery. Okay, so I thought about that as well because everybody's trapped on a train, right? And she's there to get vengeance on people, but then she realizes, I will just take this off during the next sprint. I don't have to try to take it off while I'm talking to y'all. And I'm going to tell y'all that my day feels out of control. I was on the phone with Bryce for 1 hour and 29 minutes. It's the first time that I've talked to him with his wife in a while because she is staying with her mother and he's staying with my mother for most of the time. And so they're not together all the time when oh, okay. It did cut off the end of mine. Okay, good. So, but you added it correctly. Well, let me remove mine. Can I remove mine? You might be able to remove mine. Wait, I can remove it right here. Remove. Okay. Cool. Thank you for grabbing another one. Anyway, I got their Discord can be a little overwhelming, so I'm just going to tell you that I went through and muted everything except for the monthly challenges and the year-long challenge or whatever. Everything else on mine is muted. But then when they do the announcements, which I don't even know where that is right now, 2026 challenges, they've already got the things made. So they do have Foreplay and Daisy Chain and a series one that they do. Oh, mine was just going to Discord in general. Yeah, and then a 52 book club. Okay, well, I'm going to tell you, the thing that says monthly challenges and events, there's only 2 left up there because they've got October and November. I have those showing and literally announcements. Like, that's it. That's all I have because the announcements is where they do all the rest of it. I have muted everything else. No, I do have Her Kid 2 open so I can see what people are saying about Her Kid 2. But I muted everything else on their thing because there's so many things happening over there. Yeah, y'all have a reading challenge for the year. I have found that I don't do well if I have to upkeep the challenge. I like to participate in other people's yearly challenges, but if I'm in charge of doing it every month and keeping it going, I get bored. I'm like, all right, but we already did this. I don't want to do it again. So I don't love it. But anyway, back to what I was saying. I feel like I am very all over the place today because I spent so long on the phone and so I'm not in work mode at the moment. I am going to roll the dice for this next thing and then I'm going to go through and take things off my board that are frivolous things that don't need to be on here so that I can get work stuff done first and then I will add in the other things because I can just use this little check mark over here to take things off and put them back on my wheel. And so that is going to be the plan for a little while, at least so I can, I don't know, like make myself focus on work instead of being all willy-nilly because we may, okay, I'm not going to say it. It's just weird because like I talked to them and then I had to leave a message for Ron and say, call me because I just talked to the kids. And then he was like, okay, well, I'm at dinner. Do I need to call you now? Is it major or minor? And I was like, just call me whenever you get off work or whenever you're done with whatever you're doing. So anyway, hopefully he doesn't call during the next work block because I would like to actually get work done. And if he does, I definitely don't have to. Oh, y'all, I just rolled a 1. I rolled a 1 and a 1 and a 1 and a 2 and a 2. What? I'm re-rolling the whole thing. That is 7 minutes. I'm re-rolling the whole thing. Oh, okay. That's better. Oh, I got a 19. A 19 and, and 2 2s and 2 9s. Okay, so that's 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. That's 41 minutes. Okay, that is definitely going to be a work mode. Let's do this. 41 minutes. I'm going to jump into my work stuff. It's getting to be food time for some people in the US if you're here. Hi, Brenna. That's more than the whole last roll. I know, just off of that one thing it was. Okay. I know. The dice heard me say that 1s and 2s were unacceptable, and so I did still get a 2, but that was it, not the rest of that mess. Okay, get over here out of the way. All right. Organization mode. Also, I'm hot. Django's making me hot behind me. I got to take this hoodie off. Wesley did text and say that he's going to be at work a little bit later till they make him leave, which means he'll at least have to leave by 5:30. It's 12:45 at my house right now. So there you go. Sue just ate breakfast. I knew it would be breakfast or lunch for people, depending on where you are in the U.S. So, okay. You don't finish them longer. You tried, the prompts don't work with your mood. Yeah. I cannot. No, Stacy. I cannot just lay in the bed. I will fall asleep. Okay, here we go. 41 minutes. Let's get some work done or reading. Sorry, I heard it. I was just in the middle of a stitch and I was like, wait, I can't put it down yet. Okay, stop doing that. Okay, so I got, yeah. Hello, Jane from Arkansas, listening to a nonfiction book called Invisible Child by Andrea Elliott. I don't know if you're from Arkansas. I know you live in Arkansas right now. Anyway, I am working on round 21 of my thing. So I was like doing some work and then letting my brain think about things while I was crocheting and then going back and doing a little bit more. I think I have a name for the secret project that we're planning for the spring. Nice. You just finished filming a vlog clip and you started your second romance that has a good reason for a breakup. They're going to different colleges. No fighting, no cheating. Okay, I like it. I like it as well. I broke up with my high school boyfriend when I went to college. He was a year younger than me. And I didn't break up with him because there was somebody at college. I just broke up with him because we were going to be so far apart. And I was like, there's no point in doing this. Oh, you're from Kansas City, but you've lived, there you go. You can claim it. We'll claim you. That's fine. I mean, I have now lived outside of Arkansas longer than I lived in Arkansas, and Arkansas is still my house, my home. So I can't beat the trees of Arkansas. Oh my gosh, Culinary. We do not need to know how mean you were to the people that you dated. You broke up with your high school boyfriend because you were bored. Oh my gosh. Tara got to 21%, about to fall asleep, so I had to get up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Amy had to watch Moot Court over lunch, but I'm back. I do not understand that, but that's okay. I don't want to know anything that has to do with the court. Yes. So that was a really long one, but I did get a bunch of stuff done. You just read Invisible Couple. Wow. Invisible Child. I was like, wait, what? A couple of weeks ago. Oh my gosh. Y'all, that's how my brain's doing today. Just out of control. 32% while making lunch and folding more laundry. I wasn't very discerning in high school. I broke up with a few guys after about 2 to 3 months, realizing they weren't what I was looking for in a spouse after better figuring out who they were. Listen, that's exactly what dating is all about. So those of you who don't know, doesn't know the chapter conundrum, this is Stacy. If you don't know Stacy and Jake met because Jake had a YouTube channel called The Bookish Drummer. I'm making all of this up, Stacy. Did you meet him through his YouTube channel, right? I didn't make this up. I mean, I did make it up just now, but I feel like I made it up based on fact. And then y'all talked that way? I don't know. Feel free to tell us your life story because that's what I would like to know about. Culinary was a wild child, not looking for a spouse. I was too much of a free spirit. We met doing reading sprints on the Wizards Discord. There you go. I didn't date anyone until after I left high school. Avastu, I did not either. I did date a couple of people when I was in high school. If we're going to call it dating, we went out. Absolutely nothing happened, but we went out a few times with random people. I'm now binging it before you have to take it back to the library. Nice. I love that. Andrew takes credit for introducing us because he told Jake to come to the sprints. Nice. I can see it, Avstu. It just didn't show up for you. But I can see it. Are y'all listening to... I also realized that I was on Top Chat and not live chat, so hopefully I didn't miss any other things that anybody said, but I love it. I just knew that, like, I knew Jake had a channel and I was watching his channel the same time I started watching Andrew and everybody else's channel over there on Wizards. And then well, sometimes I can, Amy, because people will respond to stuff and I'll be like, what are you responding to? And then when I go to live chat, I can actually see things that I couldn't see when it was on top chat. I think it mostly matters. It's never happened on my channel. I think it happens when it's a larger channel and there's a bunch of stuff going through really quickly. Like if people are all posting the same thing, or if it's kind of one person is spamming a lot of stuff, it won't post everything that they say. So. Oh, Leanne. I'm glad you didn't do that. How are we determining whose chat is better? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's when they're doing the same thing, like when they're doing a bunch of stuff. Because when you're in some of those chats, people will be like, come check out my channel, come check out my, and they just keep typing the same thing over and over in there. They're not there to like talk about what's going on. So we were friends for months, but got to know each other on the chatty sprint breaks in a group setting, which was neat. Those of you who talk too much get a number. That's funny. Oh my God. Ugh. Sore. Okay, so let's do another one. I don't know what time it is. 1:30-ish. Okay. How long have we been here? Not even 4 hours. We're good to go. Okay. Ooh, a 15 and a 10 automatically is 25, and a 1. A 1 is 26. And a 12 is 36, 37, 38, and a 2. Oh, 40. Okay, cool. Boosh. Okay, y'all don't fall asleep. Pick 2 things to do if you're going to read a book. Also, maybe pick something that goes with the reading of the book that will wake you up. Do you need a snack? Is it time for afternoon tea? Is it time to walk while you listen? Do you need to empty your dishwasher? Or I don't know what else you need to do, but Avastu will be having dinner when it ends. Okay, that's great. Yeah, my husband was having dinner and he's on your side of the world for a little while longer. So he was just having dinner during the last sprint. Okay. Audio, dishes, and laundry. There you go. You're not going to fall asleep. Your first in-person date was when he took me out for a birthday dinner to the Olive Garden when you came to visit him. So y'all had not like been in person with each other until you came to visit him and he took you to a birthday dinner. And second question, how long was the visit? Because what if you had shown up that first day and been like, oh my gosh, his house is nasty. And they're like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what would be the bad thing, but like, what if you got here and you were like, oh no. Was there a way to pull the plug on that and be like, no, I'm leaving? I don't know. You dated for about 3 months. There you go. Amy, I know that Stacy lived in Canada and Jake lives here in Virginia where I live. Oh my gosh, you didn't know Pete any more than you knew Jake. I knew Ponderings of Pete is what you meant. But I'm like, what? That would have been the same thing. You would still be with a strange guy. Well, Ron and I met on Halloween night. So October 31st is when we officially met. We started dating like a week later. Officially dating a week later. That's true. You could have gotten a hotel. I get it. We got engaged Easter. So Halloween to Easter, however many months that is, we got engaged in Easter, which was April-ish, I guess, March, end of March, early April. And then we got married in July. So we got married. October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June. 8 months and 2 weeks after I met him, we got married, which I know is not the fastest, but you were 6 months, Leanne? Or you're saying I was 6 months? That's a little horrifying. Oh my gosh. Culinary crime. Absolutely not. Yeah, that was I met him Halloween night, 1998. October to April is 6 months. Okay, yeah, we got engaged 6 months. And then I was still in my last year of college. And so the thing was going to be like, we get married this summer or we wait till next summer to get married. And I was like, I'm not waiting till next summer. Let's get married this summer. So we did. And when we were planning the wedding, my mama said, "What do you think Ron wants for this? What's his favorite color?" I said, "Mama, I don't know. I just met him. I don't know what his favorite color is." I know, right? Culinary, you need to start writing a series of essays about the nonsense. Like you have a whole book about you and your husband getting together. Like that could be its whole book in and of itself. And now you have an aunt who just said bye to Canada and flew to Australia. Wait, here's what I need to know. Is she still with the Australian man? Because if she broke up a 35-year marriage and it didn't work out, like that's real bad. Amy. Met September 13th, 2013. Official 18th. Engaged 2014. Married 2015. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. I think it just depends on what people want. Like some people want to be married and have all the like joint things. I know that sometimes insurance works better if you're married. They want to do all that stuff so that they can have kids. People who are not having kids, like don't want to, not planning on it, and they each independently have their own insurance stuff, like they don't have to get married unless they just want to. So I think it just really depends on the extra things that you have going on as to whether or not you want to get married. Listen, I'm never. Oh, okay. Hold on. I could never fly across the world for someone. I totally missed this. I could never fly across the world for someone I met on the internet either. That aunt does not make the best decisions, but he did come to Canada and they married and were happy until he passed away. Oh my gosh, that is a whole romance right there. To be fair, my uncle drank too much and was her choice of ending up being an amazing one for her, and she was happy. That is really cute. You would have gotten married sooner, but your parents wouldn't let you. True, Amy. I want to say that's also true, but that could just be an anecdotal thing that both of us feel like we recognize. Hold on. Was Stacy, I think my family weren't as weirded out about Jake and I meeting online since my sister had already met her husband online through an MMORPG. Okay. They'd been through it before. Listen, I'm going to tell you that I thought the MMORPG was one of those impreg things and that your sister and her husband were in some kind of online thing for men who can get pregnant. And I was like, what is happening? No, I know, Tara. So Culinary's aunt left her a restaurant to run because she already has the culinary background, and because her husband, who was from Australia, was running the restaurant and he passed away, and her aunt was being investigated for whatever reason he died. And so Culinary had to come over and run the restaurant and accidentally solve the murder. I mean, it wasn't a murder. It was not a murder. Okay. No, I knew once I read it, I realized that it's a multiplayer online RPG, but my brain saw Impreg and I was like, what a weird niche to be like involved in. Jane, listen, I'm more boring than you. Well, maybe not. I was going to say I met my husband at a Bible study, but I was dating somebody else and he introduced me to Ron. It wasn't a murder. I mean, he introduced me to Ron and said, she likes bald-headed guys. I was like, yes, I do. Are you going to come up here so everybody can actually see your sweater, or are you just going to roll on the floor? Okay. He says, no, not right now. Um, do you mean am I? So here's what's funny. I was dating him. First of all, I had dated this guy named Rusty, and then this guy that I was dating, his name was Roy. And then when I met Ron, my daddy said, "Are you just working your way through the R's?" I was like, "Oh no, you didn't, Daddy. That was wrong, him." But anyway, so I was dating Roy. Roy and I had been dating for like a minute, not very long at all. And Roy thought it was really funny because we were 20 years old. So most of the people around us were the old people were bald headed. Like there was not bald headed people in college for the most part. And but Ron was losing his hair, and so he had just shaved his head. And I legitimately had already seen him around campus. He lived across the street from where I stayed all the time when I was on campus. So I had seen him walking around, and I was like, "Oh, there's a bald-headed guy." Like I noticed bald-headed guys goatees that I had a type. So but Roy that I was dating did not have a bald head or a goatee. And but he would introduce me to like these old men. His boss at his job was bald-headed with a goatee and like in his 50s at the time. I thought that was super old. Not anymore. But anyway, oh, Wesley's calling me. Just a minute and I'll talk to him. Okay, are you ready to go? Okay, let's sprint 40 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm glad we got 40 minutes because I had to go get Wesley. And then Ron called, and so I talked to Ron. And now I'm here. And Wesley's talking to Ron. Oh my goodness. All right, let's see. Let me go back and tell y'all. Are y'all done? Okay. We're going to do the groceries. So we're not going to sprint anymore. My whole family is needing things from me today. And I feel like I can't concentrate on anything. Okay. So we're going to be done, but I got to catch y'all up, right? So let's go back. None of the R's had ball heads or goatees except for Ron, the last R, to answer your question, Amy. I hope y'all are even here. I could be talking into the ether about this whole thing. Sue finished. We will always have summer. I think I like the third book best. 4 stars. Nice. It does look like the skeleton was hosting. Wesley texted and said, I'm ready. And so I had to run out of the house and get him. Thankfully, I made it back before the timer went off. But oh my gosh, I've not gotten anything. I feel like I've gotten nothing. Cassie, I'm sorry that this is the new one that you're here for. I gave up on reading The Biltmore Butcher for now, watched a funny recap of Green Rider, and started Green Rider number 5. Tara's here for story time. Okay, wonderful. Here we go. So I was dating this guy named Roy. He was not bald or had a goatee. And he knew Ron. They had been in the same school. I don't think they were the same grade or the same year, but whatever. Anyway, at work, at his job, Roy introduced me to his boss and said, hey, she likes bald guys with goatees, to which I was like, okay, rude. Like, that's a red flag before there were red flags, right? Like, he thought it was just funny to embarrass me that way by introducing me to old men and saying that I liked bald-headed guys with goatees. So backfire when we went in, I know. So we were already on a breakup path, right? I was refusing to do things that sometimes college boys and girls do. Because I didn't see this going anywhere. And I was like, I'm not doing that. Anyway, so he was already on the hunt for another person who might be willing to do that. So this is also technically, I told y'all that Ron and I met on Halloween night, which might not be true because this is actually a few weeks before that. And we walked in to this place and my Roy said, she likes bald-headed guys with goatees. And I was like, listen, you're right. And finally, you introduced me to somebody who is my age, our age, who's bald-headed with a goatee. So, yes, I do. And that was legitimately it. I saw him and I was like, oh, that's that guy that I've been seeing walk around here being bald. And that's it. That's his whole qualification, walking around being bald. And then that was it. A couple weeks later, Roy and I were no longer. And we were having a Halloween night where we were going to trick or treat, but we were getting food items that we could take to the food pantry. So we were getting, college kids, we couldn't really go around trick or treating. We were also getting candy, but we were there for the goods, for the canned goods and stuff from people. And my cousin went with me and she and I were plain and peanut M&Ms. And the bald-headed guy showed up, bald-headed with a goatee, dressed as Stone Cold Steve Austin in 1998, y'all. It was the height of cuteness for me. Like, I thought he was absolutely adorable. So I didn't live on campus. I was one of the only people in my friend group that had it was a trailer, but it was an actual house that I owned and it had 3 bedrooms in it, like a 3-bedroom trailer. And so people would come and stay at my house a lot. Bald-headed with a goatee and canned goods. So that night at the thing, we all went trick-or-treating together. So we hung out that night. And then I invited him to come to one of our movie nights at my house. I don't know why I said it like that. We totally watched movies. I don't know why I said movie night. It was a movie night. But I invited him because I kind of had a crush on him. Y'all, what I found out later was he showed up because he thought my roommate was pretty. And when he got there, my roommate was no longer my roommate. mostly because she was a horrible human being. And I had already kicked her out of my house after she stole so many things from me. Baby, I was trying to fix your hoodie and I knocked you off. Come back up here with Mama. So anyway, he showed up that night. And that's it. He asked me out that night and we started dating. And that was a week after Halloween, I guess, technically. And then we got engaged and all the things. But he still has a bald head. But he said, I think I'm going to join the military. And so I have to shave my goatee. And I was like, oh, no. So he did. And just to torture me over the last 26 years, every time the month of March rolls around, he grows a mustache. And it is the ugliest thing I have ever seen. I'm like, please don't do that. A mustache March. And our first child, Price, that I was on the phone with, his birthday is in March. And every one of Price's birthday pictures are just ruined with Ron having a stupid mustache. Like, please stop. I think it's just alliteration. Mustache March, you know? I don't know. But I'm like, you have messed up all of his birthday pictures with this stupid thing on your face. Well, okay, so it initially started in March. Then he started doing it in March and Movember. And I was like, stop it right now. This has to end. So now there is no facial hair and when he goes on leave, every time he goes on leave, I'm like, stop shaving right now. So, you know, the goatee comes back in like a little tiny section for just a hot minute. And now it's got gray in it. Okay, sorry. Let's not. My husband's been gone for a whole week. And I'm ready for him to come back home. But now we have to call and go do groceries. So that's it. I don't know. All kinds of nonsense. I know, right? Tara, taking that razor to him while he sleeps is hilarious. And then we have children who have facial hair out of control. And I'm like, y'all fix the facial hair. I can't stand it. They do not care what their mother has to say about it. Okay. I know well, I'm used to it now because he's been in the military for almost 20 years at this point. But I'm like, I would like for the facial hair to come back. The moment he retires, he will not be shaving. I mean, he's going to keep it trim because I can't handle I know, Tara's out here just immediately shaving people's faces. I do not like shaggy beards. You either keep it trimmed up or you keep it trimmed up or it has to go away. I can't handle the shaggy beards. My father-in-law has like a really long one. I can't. Nope. Just waiting for retirement to steal the razor. That's so true. But no, he's got to keep the razor for his head. He shaves his head. We can't be having the hair on his head grow. Not that he's got much of that left anyway. Okay. Story time is over. Who just joined us and said it was their first time? I feel so bad. Cassie, I'm just going to say it's not normally like this, right? Although, I mean, maybe it deteriorates into this most of the time. We could maybe, Culinary Crime and I could both write in a book series. She could be the first book, and then I could be the second book. Mine's not nearly as fascinating as hers. We could throw in some extra drama into mine. Maybe, because mine's pretty boring. Although, I mean, Jane met her husband at a bar. We could always turn that into something, Jane, like a bar fight where he got kicked out and they threw him and he stumbled into you. And then, I know, we do need a sprint that just has culinary story time. We will have to arrange for that to happen. Okay, I'm glad y'all hung out with me today. I think tomorrow is for the Relax and Readathon. I think I might be doing some member sprints. So if y'all are channel members, you might get a notice about that. I also might just clean my house and have an actual relaxing day where I don't talk to anybody. So I don't know what we're going to do, but I love it. A meet the mod sprint. That's funny. Yeah, that's fantastic. Okay. Thanks again for hanging out with me. And I'll see y'all in another video later. Bye.